And we are live, I think. Make sure that the messages are going through like they should. They are magnificent. Yeah, thank you, Jared Byte. I hope that you all are having a wonderful day. And let me get things finished up here. Nope, that's the wrong tab to open. But I am now in a position where I'm not running about like a chicken with my head cut off. Which is a marked improvement. And on, that is good to hear, Jared. Glad to hear that the day has been a good one. I've been a crazy ass week and weekend for me, cause been digging up a neighbor's Fitzers. I have been losing the fight. Planet Crafter, I have heard mention of that once or twice, but have not tried it. I will be interested to give that a shot at some point. Hey, Fitzer. It's a, I'll toss a photo of it in the, in Byte's Discord, but basically, picture Bed of Chaos. I am fighting Bed of Chaos and losing. Let's keep the audio running in the background. Relish this. We got massive thing. Fighting the Bed of Chaos fight. I am losing. It is a impressively tangled bit of plant. Yeah, went to a Ren fair yesterday. That was really cool. Ran into Solaire twice. Ended up getting 2 sunlight tokens from him. I wish that I had them on me, but I misplaced them. Had a whole outfit put together. It worked pretty well. Rained like crazy, but yeah, it was a grand old time. How are you doing?
Marker removed.
Jared, anything particularly exciting this weekend? It damn near could be Bed of Chaos with how it looks. The worst part is it is sprawling for, I want to call it like, it's about the size of a good-sized room. Right on. That is good to hear.
Please select a landing heading to Central.
Trying to figure out what we're missing for the final mission, and have not figured it out yet. So we're just gonna grind out some side ops. Got a chance to swing in a little bit earlier, but how is the Sekiro stream? I'm admittedly probably not gonna catch that one just because I've got some personal feelings about how the playthrough ended that, you know, I've come to terms with. I've mentioned them a little bit on the Discord, but right on. I'm glad to see that we were getting at least one public stream again. Been missing those. Definitely been missing those, and hey. Well, Bite, I am happy to hear that I am the most important member of the Wughead community. That's definitely what I should take from that. Yeah, agreed. The Dragon's Homecoming is, I think it's probably the canon ending, and generally what I would go for. Hey, very fair fight. It is a damn fun game. Elden Ring, I mean. Though I will say, I personally subscribed back in the beginning when I realized that he would get Sekiro. So, you know. Like I said, I have my opinions, and I've more or less come to terms with them.
Analysis complete.
Oh yeah, I will be fascinated to see how he goes about editing the videos, if nothing else. Because I have been musing on how I do want to play some more open world games. The obvious issue is I'm not quite sure how to go about the editing and all that with those. Way back in the day. Actually, not way back, but a good while back, ended up doing a Hogwarts Legacy playthrough, which I want to make a proper video on my thoughts about Legacy, because all the stuff about the author aside, I think there is a decent game essentially hidden within it, but dear God, is it hidden? And I ended up quitting that playthrough like halfway through just because I was not a fan with how the actual recording and editing, or rather lack thereof, was going for the videos. Ow. Oh, that's magnificent. Yeah, the schedule, the lack of schedule definitely could be a massive help on that front.
Hey, quit kidding around.
Because trying to figure out how to cram a consistent schedule into a open game like Elden Ring it's a losing battle at the best of times. I will definitely say that.
Analysis complete.
Yeah, we'll definitely be interested to see that. Yeah, that is my issue. It became way too much of a Ubisoft game towards the end. Because
he's coming too.
I think when it was just dealing with Hogwarts itself, it was really well done. Like Hogwarts, Hogsmeade, general area around it. But beyond that, it just kind of got too big with too little to do. Though some of the final segments were really cool visually, but games, this is just a rant I have in general, by and large, games need to narrow their focus by a lot. Or not even necessarily a lot, just narrow their focus to a more reasonable degree. And it'll It'll sort out a lot of the issues that
Marker placed.
I think can be had there.
Marker removed. Marker removed. Marker placed.
Oh, it's only a 600. We'll run. Yeah, basically, going back to this, I think the issue is we just need to run some more side ops until we unlock the trial for Huey. So we can turn this into a bit more of a jab fest. I think we can all agree though that Wugs is gonna go for Ronnie at the end, right? There is no way he does anything other than Ronnie unless he bumblefucks his way into the Three Fingers ending. That is my personal stake in the matter, but if he doesn't do that, I don't know. I'll throw out 5 gifted subs to his channel, and then an additional 5 to mine in the, you know, 3 years, or whatever it takes for us to get there.
Enemy presence detected. The map analysis complete.
Turn this into a bit of a wager.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
I think that's our friend. Boom. Yeah, doesn't matter whether or not it's live, we'll always be chat. But you know, I definitely feel like that would be the dream ending to get.
That's the target.
Because he gets to see a lot of the game. You know, he gets to see the most of the game, you know, has a reason to go all the way to Elphael, you know, without it feeling too contrived, because, you know, there's a boss there and we need to go deal with the lady who has never known feet. But that's...
Okay, subject is in.
Side ops list
That's my personal
updated.
state of things.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Did we get it?
Boss, you there? We have a problem.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The staff have found out everything that Emmerich's been up to. They're right on the
Yeah.
edge.
Oh,
need you to
definitely.
intervene before things get out of
I want
control.
him to
Get back to Mother Base ASAP.
say it in a very hyperbolic manner, atone for the sins he committed with Sekiro.
Nine years ago, this man acted as accomplice to the attack
Right.
on Mother Base. He then provided
Ladies and gentlemen,
Skullface,
one of
conspiring
the
with
2
Eli.
final moments
He
that I will be
repaired
able to
some
say
of
this.
in secret. His research
Emmerich,
results
you sad sack of
caused
shit.
the leak at the quarantine facility, which in turn caused the Walbati
I hope
mutation.
You
Letting
rot
the
and burn
parasites off their
in
children.
whatever hell
We lost
is
the body.
reserved for
He
traitors
also stands accused of murdering one of his
and
own,
those who kill themselves.
hiding the body.
I haven't killed anyone.
We both know that's
The
bullshit,
rest is
Emmerich.
all wrong too. The inspection was supposed to help everyone.
Oh, really?
I sacrificed myself for my companions just as much as any of you.
I sacrificed
I
myself for
want
my
you to believe me.
companions. I'm Emmerich. I'm a fucking pansy. This will probably be a relatively short one, Jared. Might try and do some additional stuff, but
Prosecution
we're
calls
getting
a
pretty
witness.
close to the end. Ooh. You know, Strangelove, for once in your life, you'll actually do something kind of useful to us.
Haunted by her phantom. It's just a machine.
That's what you think. Ooh, if nothing else, highly recommend it, Bite. It's a fun... If you really liked it, if you really like 3, it's a fun enough game.
Everything.
But
Everything you did living.
it's nothing groundbreaking, if that makes sense.
Machine.
You forced your own son into the cockpit of a Metal Gear, a test subject.
Al.
His mother
Yep.
had to hide him away, and for that you locked her in that coffin.
No! She did it herself. It was suicide. And even if I did,
Ooh,
what
boy.
right do you have?
There's more. We have you to tell us everything you've done, everything you've thought, all this time. 9 years ago, you agreed to the inspection in return for Cypher's guarantee that you'd be spared.
I thought it was real.
Yeah,
You've reviewed into
you thought
everything
that
else
you would be
that's happened
spared.
since
That's
you
the only
arrived
thing you
here.
thought was real.
Please.
Guilty! All counts.
String the bastard up by his guts and hang him from the bottom of Mother Base. Let the sharks nibble on his legs until there's naught left but the empty, heartless husk left of his mind and chest. Thank you, Ocelot. Glad you were able to restore order. This is for Sea Cucumber, you sad sack
We
of shit.
exist outside the law. What should we do, boss? Just give the order. We'll handle the rest.
I would love nothing more to just... bam. Right here, right now. But nope. We have a continuity to uphold. But we
Prepare a
can
life
scatter
raft.
him to the Heartless Sea.
Big enough for one. Food and water, too.
Boss,
He's leaving.
he's responsible for all of this. Think of all the men. He didn't lose a damn thing. This
Yep.
is the enemy, and he's here on his knees.
Us. You are right. He is not one of us.
Therefore,
We're not responsible to judge an enemy.
we cannot punish him as one.
He leaves Mother Base, and that'll be the end of it.
Ooh, that is, I think, the first time we've seen, like, major clipping on cloth. And, I mean, it makes sense it was for Kaz's arm, but... I love the fact that...
Get back! Don't touch me!
Touch him a little harder, will you? Like, nice...
I'm innocent! You're the murderers! Snake! You should be in this boat!
Probably.
There'd have been no inspection if it weren't for your precious nuke! I risked my life trying to save you all!
Fucking
How
pathetic.
can you do this?
Absolutely fucking
Am I
pathetic.
the only sane one here?
No, but you're the only one who is so fucking pathetic that they would go through all of this just for the hope that maybe something would happen. We'll say though, his upper body strength is insane if he's able to just huck those legs like that.
Look, you can't discard your phantoms forever, Doctor.
Nope. I'll catch up with
Son
you
of a
one
bitch
day.
will make it, you know. I can see it now. In no time, he'll be telling
One of these
tales about
days.
black-hearted diamond dogs.
One of
Shining
these
white
days we'll
knight,
fucking
blabbering
gut
on
the
about
bastard.
our injustice, hiding behind his fool's idea of morality.
one of these
The other
days.
fools will stand around, nodding with every word he says.
No. One day he'll see through the lies he's built up. Realize
Yep.
what kind of man he really is.
It only took far
Goes
too
around,
long.
comes around.
Far
Can't
too
live for
long.
yourself forever.
Oh no, he absolutely did not get a fair trial bite. And if there wasn't a kangaroo court, he might have been able to get reasonable doubt. But there is enough specific issues going on that he can't exactly be tried fairly here. No way in hell that this is a impartial jury. Though I will say, it also does not help that he's handling himself
Sign-ops list
Boss,
updated.
maybe you
in
realize
such
by
a
now, but
Updated.
pathetic
there's no
manner.
other way to say it. Quiet's gone.
Yep.
She pulled her camo stunt and stowed away on a departing chopper. After pinpointing which she took, we figured out her destination. Afghanistan.
Yep.
Get after her.
A quiet exit.
Only you can do this. Boss, I told you this would happen. I wish I could say good riddance. But Quiet knows too much about us. We can't just leave her out there. Remember what you told me when she first got here.
Yep.
One of these days, we're gonna have to kill her.
And I'll pull
When
the
time
trigger.
comes, I'll pull the trigger. I'd say that
I
time
know
has
damn
come.
well. That could be such a cool video. I don't nearly have enough background for it. But actually running like a proper,
Please specify a project.
you know, proper legal examination of Huey could be so cool. Just to, you know, actually look at it. What is there for him? What is there against him? Just go from there, because that could be, like I said, such a cool
Please specify
video for a
project.
legal channel to do. Can I... Nah. We'll customize the helicopter. Should be able to... Yeah, we want that main weapon. High explosives. Flares. Enhanced armor. There we go.
Clouds approaching.
Trying to think if there's anything else I can do to stack the odds in our favor for a quiet exit. I don't really think there is.
Please select a landing heading to Afghanistan.
We want this loadout because we're going to go heavily aggressive. For the buddy, we're going to go with D-Dog. Equipment. Oh, it's under character, right? Do we have the, no, we don't have that yet.
Deploying.
You know, I would love to see somebody do a proper legal analysis of Emmerich and everything involved there. I need to finish the outfit. I had to throw together a really quick outfit for the Ren Fair. Okay, so, talking about the Ren Fair again. The issue I ran into, the directions are fucking nonsensical. Easily the worst for any pattern I have tried to follow. The pants make no sense. The jacket I was able to, or more accurately the doublet, I was able to muddle through, had to do a bit of modification on it. Just because it wouldn't close properly. Ended up adjusting it for just a 16th century, mid-16th century doublet, so, you know, seam goes down the middle, traditionally. Ended up shifting the area where the design would be more popular quite a ways, just by shifting the seam from here to over here. I can actually grab the doublet later on.
Marker placed.
But it ended up staying up till like 2 a.m. trying to figure out the doublet.
Analysis. Enemy presence. Analysis. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
We all know exactly where quiet's gonna be, so... Could and probably should have done a loadout switch. But, we are stuck
Enemy presence detected. The
trying
map
to do
has
a
been
stealth
updated.
mission in our battle armor. Ooh, boom.
Enemy presence detected.
We'll have to
The
throw
map
together like
has
a
been
proper set of thoughts about the pattern, because you know I can rant about the pattern for a good long while. Got the single guard there. Interrogate him, we'll find what we need. And spit it out.
Where are your friends?
Search around that area. Magnificent.
The map has been updated.
Boom.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low.
Not quiet. I know that much.
Quiet isn't there.
No, for a fact it's not quiet. No, for a solid fact that is not quiet.
Intel file obtained. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Checkpoint, and then this moves us directly into quiet exit, I believe. Yep, a quiet exit, and then after this we have Man Who Sold the World, I believe. So, we are just moving by.
Boss, we've gone over the prisoner transport log you found. Quiet was grabbed by the Soviets and moved to Lamar Khatte Palace. She's being held at Lamar Khatte Palace. Make your way there. They lost a lot of men to her.
Yep.
Can't blame them for wanting payback. Why did she just let herself get captured?
Not shocked.
It is time you knew. Quiet was carrying vocal cord parasites. The English strain, to be precise. The third English pair. Skullface was using her as a vector, an ace in the hole if his assassination plan failed. I knew it.
What?
But Quiet chose not to speak. Be careful down there, boss. The situation in Navajo. The only
Okay,
language
then it does mean
parasites do not
Navajo.
react.
Good dog.
If you found out, she could not remain among you, and yet she refused the Wolbachia treatment. Why?
Who knows? Probably because, yep,
Wanted revenge.
she needed a backup.
Revenge against the boss. In order to stay here, she took a vow of eternal silence. But then, that sudden mutation showed this was not enough. As long as the parasites were inside her, she could not predict what might happen.
That
That's why she took off.
that
Sacrificing
sucks so
herself to make
much,
sure the
because
English
she
strain died with her. Maybe. Or maybe she only wants to infect the world.
I
Whatever her plan, we can't let her
I
go free.
am fascinated by your
Parasites are the last of Skullface's
nihilism
legacy.
on the situation,
It's up to
Miller.
us to erase it. Boss, the targets are Quiet and the English strain she's carrying. Your objective is to extract
Yes, sir.
her. But if worst comes to worst, she may have to be eliminated. Both her
Yes, sir.
and the parasites. We don't know for sure what Quiet's up to, but we need to secure her ASAP.
Been
She's
updated.
being held at Lamar
Anti-tank
Khatte Palace.
mine.
Make your way there.
Leave one shows up there. Yep. Was hoping we could plant a few more mines before we entered cutscene territory, but, you know, what can you do? It sucks that you're being suffocated when you wear clothes like that, but I am happy to see you with something more than your drawers on, Quiet. Is a good alternative to your normal getup. Don't you love just people you love and care about being tortured in front of you? Yeah. Really surprised that Venom doesn't step in any earlier. Really don't like the fact that we hear him unbuckling clothing. Really not fun. Though Quiet's acrobatics are really impressive, and I can't think of any better bastards for this to happen to. No, you deserve that. You absolutely deserve that. Hey, Quiet. How you doing? I'm trying to remember, but I think that might be like one of the more extreme depictions of something like that we see in the game. And not entirely shocked it happens to Quiet, you know, who we... careful, Quiet. I think there's some of your skin exposed that isn't completely covered in blood. But, again, not a surprise it happens to Quiet, who we've become, again, supposedly close to over an entire playthrough to make us really feel like something should happen to the bastards. She is enjoying messing with them. I just love the camera movement so much. Kojima is such a fascinating and impressive, for lack of a better term, filmmaker. What all are we gonna need to do? Throw down a few supply crates. And then from there we should be able to deal with the oncoming flood of soldiers. Hey, Quiet. Glad to see you, got your kit again. Hey, Quiet. How you doing? quiet. Let's have one last flare. Little bit of dance.
Let's finish this.
And let's finish this. And last playthrough, I was trying to go entirely non-lethal. So it'll feel nice to let loose a little. I don't really care about non-lethal at this point. What we are going to do...
You're surrounded. There's no escape. You and Quiet will have to take them out.
is just blow up the buildings. Or not buildings, the tanks and such. I also think if there is any character to let me loose on, or for me to let loose, it absolutely is Venom's. Because that man has lost all morality. Especially considering what's gonna happen with the next one. Some of the like cinematic camera stuff is really cool. Other of it is, like you said, kind of rough and not necessary. Like, I get that Quiet has always been, to some degree, sexualized, but after an assault like that, I do not think that that was a tasteful choice. Right, supply flare. Get that set. Thank you. That isn't necessarily one of the reasons why I'm not a fan of this mission, but it's definitely not a reason for me to like the mission. How close have they gotten?
There's more of them.
Yep.
Are you ready? You have enough ammo. Now is your chance to stock up. Give the order from your iDroid.
What do you think I'm doing? Anti-tank mine. I believe this is a position that they also come from. Just going off of memory from where things previously are. Burnt out husk. And
Down from the left.
that's fine. I've got enough mines planted there that it shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, quiet, just blow the damn thing up.
There's more coming.
This
Supplies requested.
this is such an easier mission when you're not actively trying to not kill people. So much easier. That's great. I can't hear you because I'm almost dead. Fire, just quiet. Just keep killing them. Just keep firing. That's great, Miller. This is part of why I don't like the mission. I probably could have been using cover better, but it...
Damn, there's more of them. Are you ready? You have enough ammo. Now is your chance to stock up. Give the order from your iDroid.
Here... This one, right? Exactly. Somebody smeared chocolate all over the camera. I can't hear you. If that is an actual plea for me to adjust the volume, do let me know.
Enemy dead ahead. Don't let them get close.
But, I know it. This is easily up there in my least favorite missions in Metal Gear. Are you dead? I can't tell. And no worries. I'm just a little paranoid after what happened with the Outer Wilds video.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Quiet. I don't care what you do, just kill the bastards.
There's more coming.
I'm aware. I have no clue what the cause of that issue was. And that really bugs me. Thankfully, I think I managed to salvage it in a decent enough manner, but
Enemy to your right.
the fact that it required me to salvage it in the first place is not good.
He's almost finished. You can do this, boss.
God damn it. I need to be more active with my use of
Hey,
cover.
quit kidding around. Snake?
I need to be far more active with the cover. No, I don't want the chicken hat.
There's more of them. Are you ready? You have enough ammo. Now is your chance to stock up. Give the order from your iDroid.
Right, I believe this... Yeah, this looks like the route they take. I think it might have had something to do with, like, one of the, like, recording side of
Enemy dead
things.
ahead. Don't let them get
Specifically with the,
Quiet's using herself as a decoy to draw the enemy away from you. Boss, if you're gonna protect Quiet, you'll need to attract the enemy to you.
specifically with, like, the integrated Xbox dash bar that my, rig has. But I could not tell you what the, reason for that is.
Enemy to your left.
Because I've had a pop up a few times showing, oh yeah, the Xbox audio controller is recording audio when it shouldn't be, and can't tell if that's like a virus or something that's causing the issue or something further, but so far so good. We'll find out more when I record the next Outer Wilds video tomorrow, but
Supply drop complete.
Enemy to your right.
you know what can you do on that matter? Come on.
Enemy presence detected.
The enemy's almost finished. You can do this, boss.
Right, we are gonna hop inside because that should give us more to play with in terms of cover.
Enemy presence detected.
Airborne enemy approaching.
I'm aware. Might be worthwhile to call in a Pequod for that. Given the state in the game, I am not against calling in our airborne friend. God damn it.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
No, I don't want the chicken hat. I do not want the bloody chicken hat.
Boss, reinforcements are approaching. Get ready while you have the time. You have enough ammo. Now's your chance to stock up. Give the order from your iDroid.
Throw that there.
Supplies requested.
Get that going. I mean, you know, obviously tanks can snipe, but
Enemy dead ahead. Don't let them get close.
you wouldn't think of a tank as a sniper capable vehicle. Ow.
Enemy presence
Quiet.
detected.
Just kill them all.
Enemy presence.
I'm aware.
Hold up, boss. Secure the area first.
That's on me for trying to be more up close and personal, but okay, so that line is necessary for us to do anything.
Boss, reinforcements are approaching. Get ready while you have the time.
I mean,
If you have mines, boss, now's the time to plant them. Try to predict the enemy's route.
depending on how broad you want to be with your term of sniper vehicle, you could conflate it as one, but it's... I would definitely classify it as more of a cavalry style of vehicle, where it's more used to essentially break the enemy formation with a bit more aimed for general support. Because I believe... Ow. Fucker. Historically, at least, helicopters are cavalry. You're an ugly piece of shit. Yeah, just keep firing, quiet. Do not stop until they are no longer moving. Would be so cool to see if the vehicle could actually cook off.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
God, I am so glad that I am not doing a non-lethal for this level. Like, less than lethal, yeah, but not non-lethal. Well, anti-air radar that isn't particularly needed in this context, but glad it's here. Son of a bitch. Yeah, they are mainly line of sight unless it's a specified variety of tank.
Boss, reinforcements are approaching. Get ready while you have the time. If you have mines, boss, now's the time to plant them.
The fuck do you think I'm doing?
Supplies requested. Supplies requested.
What do you think I'm trying to do?
Enemy dead ahead. Don't let them get close.
Quiet.
Decoy. Draw the enemy away from you. Boss, if you're gonna protect quiet, you'll need to attract the enemy to you.
You have arrived at our destination.
Sure, yeah, whatever. Just blow that up right in my face. That's what I want to deal with. Get the fuck off my lawn.
More coming. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Thanks. Can you maybe throw in some artillery support, Mother Base? Hey, Sedan. Hope that you are having a good one. Because I will say, I'm not particularly. Quiet Exit ranks fairly highly on my cocksucker list of least favorite missions in the series. Pretty damn high. helicopter, air support.
Please select a strike point. Support helicopter requested.
We're calling in air support.
Quiet's gonna die, boss. Give her some cover, quick.
The fuck do you think I'm doing?
This is B-Quad. Approaching position.
Support helicopter
I have arrived at marker.
Now, what all is new on your end, Sedan? Anything particularly fun
Ready a backup chopper.
happen for you
iDroid.
this weekend, bastard? This first off, we had our
Enemy approaching.
fuck off. We had our little trial of Emmerich, which is a magnificent way to put me in a good and foul mood at the same time. I appear to have forgotten my
clouds approaching.
smoke grenades, so I can't go out undercover to get these. And this is like my 7th retry of a mission that I do not particularly enjoy. So again, apologies if I'm in a foul mood. But I cocksucker, hold particularly strong feelings about this mission. Sandstorm. I like that. Oh, nice. That sounds like a damn good time, Sedan. Quiet. Just kill the bastards. NVGs, what do we got? No way to get around it.
Snake, are
You know,
okay?
I
Snake!
sawed off. I think that Delta is a really fun game, and
Boss, reinforcements are approaching.
the over-the-camera mode is nice to mess around with, but it doesn't add anything particularly new. Hey, we have a whole bunch of opinions on that sedan, and it sucks that they're moving away from the physical discs, but unfortunately, at the same time, it doesn't particularly change anything with how games have been in the past. It's just, you know, to quote myself, it is the spirit finally dying, or it is the body finally dying long after the spirit has left this world. Because never really had, or at least we haven't had physical games for a good long while, but the fact that it is, like, officially dead sucks. It definitely does affect the pre-owned market a lot. I will say physical media is not something I have ever particularly dabbled in.
Boss,
What
happened?
variety
Boss!
of landmines do I have? But it
Boss, reinforcements
where
are
was
approaching.
I?
Get ready
It
while you
sucks
have
for
the
the
time.
people who
If you have mines, boss, now's the time to plant them. Try to predict the enemy's route.
do engage with that. True. For all of Nintendo's Nintendoing, at least they're keeping cartridges semi-alive.
Enemy dead ahead. Don't let
And
'em get close.
Xbox's... What Xbox did is, it was a really good counterplay, considering what they just did. And I do not know, Jammit Def. Yeah, damn it, Jeff. Sedan. What variety of stuff do they do? Yeah, the cartridges are just a key card, so digital by any other name. Stupid tent. Not petrol bomb, not that. Supply there.
More coming.
Supplies requested.
Oh, that guy. I saw that post earlier, and
Complete.
you know, obviously, fuck off. I would never condone any actions like that, you know, not officially, but I would be interested to see, quiet, just keep killing them, how that hunt goes. Do appreciate that bounty hunting as a profession is maybe not alive and well, but it is half dead and shambling. That is probably the best way to describe it. Half dead and shambling. That is really awesome, right? I am glad that somebody is doing it. Linux on PS5, maybe lower. Interesting. I suppose that's, Jesus Christ, another win for Linux users, though not a whole lot to say on that front.
Airborne enemy approaching. Look out.
Come on.
Supplies requested. Clients approaching.
Quiet, can you take care of the gunship, please? She dropped it there. Does that mean that the... Yeah, it drops up here? Sounds good, Bite. We will, with luck, not be here, but there is no way in hell that we aren't. I know myself well enough. Quiet. Please get rid of the gunship. Where is it?
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Come on. Where the hell are you gonna show up? Come on. NVGs. I don't like that you're over here. Right, there's the big circle there.
Boss, come in. Boss?
Son of a bitch. Ooh, boy, oh boy. And we're still gonna be here. That is
Boss, reinforcements are approaching. Get ready while you're
a
out of
fact.
time.
Get the supply flare out.
Now is your chance to stock up. Give the order from your iDroid.
Line out here, fire as soon as it arrives. It's gonna show up
Supply drop
sooner rather than
complete.
later. Yep.
Enemy dead ahead. Don't let them get close.
Lock in.
The map has been updated.
Mind the road.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
It's fine as long as you hit the mine. There you go.
Enemy to your left.
Brilliant. Hey Jimmy, how are you doing? Made good progress, but we have kind of given up on going non-lethal.
Supplies requested.
As you can tell by the fact that we are lobbing artillery back and forth, I am no longer a pacifist.
Enemy to your right.
Nice, how is Legend of Dragoon?
Quiet's using yourself as a decoy.
Quiet,
Draw the enemy away.
fucking stop it.
Boss, if you're gonna protect Quiet, you'll need to attract the enemy to you.
Oh, there she is. And by she, I mean that dumbass tank that keeps sniping me.
Boss, come in. Boss? Boss!
Well, congratulations, folks. You are,
Boss, reinforcements are approaching.
you have seen me get to a point where I am
Supplies
starting to properly get tilted again. I am not shocked that it was this episode that made it happen, but
supply drop complete.
Enemy dead ahead. Don't let them get close.
call me early Fortnite because I am fucking dropping in tilted towers right now. Oh. God, what's that saying, like, do not fear death, for sometimes it must righteously be given, or some horse shit like that. Because we are, in the territory of grade A horse shit. Like, you have not found a, finer pile of this stuff anywhere in the land.
Leave the rest to us. There's more coming.
Yeah,
Supplies requested.
I love a game with a quick save system, like Dishonored, because it means that actually, Dishonored is a bastard. Dishonored is a perfect example because 90% of the time I play the game, I'm aware, non-lethally. Then something goes wrong. I end up slaughtering the entire map, and I just quick load myself back into a non-lethal manner. Only reason why I didn't do that in my Metro playthrough is because I was playing on Ranger. I'm fucking aware, Ocelot. Ranger hardcore, so quick saves were not a thing for me. Lead the shot a little. Oh boy.
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
Zen. I am Zen. I am not maulding. I am not seething.
Reinforcements are approaching. Get ready while you have the time.
I'm not even raging.
Mines, boss. Now is the time to plan them. Try to predict the enemy's route.
I simply am. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Just gonna appear over the ridge. There it is.
Get ahead. Don't let them get close.
If I ever get to the point where I need to unlock Zen Sven, you know that I am immensely enjoying my life.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
And by enjoying my life, I mean halfway through having a bloody conniption.
Enemy presence detected.
Quiet.
The map has been updated.
Enemy to your left.
You're a sniper. Start sniping them.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Supplies requested.
What can I do?
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Why are you
Supply drop complete.
still here? By what authority do you breathe, good sir? For I do not remember gifting this authority to you.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Yep, throw a supply flare.
Supplies requested.
Enemy to your right.
Gee, thanks, Ocelot. I didn't see
Supply drop
The fucking artillery shell whizzed past me. Quiet. Just kill. Where are you, you son of a bitch? I should bloody hope so. I should bloody well hope so.
Boss, what happened? Boss!
It's speaking to me. I see it over there, lurking just outside my vision. It speaks to me. The gold, white, and green.
Boss, reinforcements are approaching.
It's like the
Get
Green
ready while
Goblin.
you're out of time.
I hear it calling to me.
Supplies requested.
It wants me to return. And I don't know if I have the
Supply drop complete.
strength of will to resist it.
Enemy dead ahead. Don't let them get close.
I don't know if I have the strength.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
That's a singular, which is fine. There we go.
Enemy to your left.
EMP mine, that's great. Explosive. Another one likes to pull up here, I believe. As if we can get it to work. And another one right there. I seriously should have remembered to bring smoke here. So bloody useful.
Supplies
Got quiet,
requested.
just keep killing.
There's more coming.
Supply drop complete.
We just slide down. Stand up, turn, pop a shot. Ooh, we hit the back part.
Enemy to your right.
They should hit one of the mines. Set mines up there for a reason. They should hit them. Lead the shot right where we need it.
The map has been updated.
Right, a SWAT right there. Air support.
Please select support helicopter requested.
Oh god. Where are you? There are you.
Support helicopter
Sorry, Pequod.
Already a backup chopper.
3 shots. Mines over there did their job. ATC is... or APC is, getting damage to it. We go here, helicopter, air support, helicopter, air support, yep. Throw it out here. Should start dealing with that. Nope, okay. Nope. God damn it. Right on. What all is grub? Like, anything particularly noteworthy? Sandstorm. I can work with Sandstorm. Why the hell is it up there?
Prioritizing elimination of enemy threats. Reinforcements. Almost done.
Ooh, nice. Anything? Particularly special about the Kaito? What variety of did you order? Holy fuck, I think we're finally done. Hey, quiet. How you doing? How are you doing, quiet? Ow. That is a bright-ass light. We're done. I am so happy we are done with this mission. But I do not want to deal with this shit any more than I have to. And get it on the right ears. Nice, rare beef. That is a classic order, and I also appreciate the spring rolls. That reminds me, I need to find the sunlight tokens.
Quiet.
How you doing? Yes, I don't read you particularly well, but I do acknowledge your existence.
We're gonna have company. No water, no sun.
You know, she's,
Don't you dry up on
she's
me.
kinda SOL.
Extraction arrived at Alpha Base.
Do you copy? Boss, do you know where the landing zone is?
On my way.
The LZ.
Enemy
Another mechanized unit is approaching your area.
has been updated.
Watch out. Don't let them
Truly
find you.
did a glorious job on that localization. I agree.
Mission info has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Okay, where are we dealing with?
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Now, if we sneak along, we should be able to get hit by a dose of irony. I don't know why I'm not able to access any of my kit, but I can. Seriously, why have we been stripped of all possessions, belongings, and other such things? I believe it is the "Do you copy" line that got so interrupted with static it was damn near illegible. After this, I'm gonna go grab the sunlight tokens. Or at least the bag that has them. You know, for all of the armor that Big Boss has on, you really, or Venom, you really would think that he would be immune to such trivialities. Quiet, stop struggling. I understand why you're leaving, but surely right now is not the time to go about fighting back. Do you really need to be eradicating the entire snake population here? I quite honestly don't think it's necessary or pertinent. But that's just my personal opinion on the matter. Hey, Snake. I really do want to know how the snake managed to bite through the pretty decent, like, Kevlar plate that he had there. It really is impressive. And Snake is down for the count. Hoisted upon his own namesake. Hey, quiet. I know that that camera symbol is there to let me know I can look at your knockers, but I don't wanna. I read you well enough. Ah. Well, Jared, I prefer the interpretation that you're talking about the unbelievably static bit of dialogue. Yes, it is absolutely fascinating how certain species just don't exist in some areas, like how until recently there were no mosquitoes in Iceland. But he was because I made a reference to a grossly incandescent at one point. Context gets lost. Context and my ability to speak English get lost occasionally. Yep. Not so quiet anymore, Jimmy.
The boss is with me.
Wait, who is this? Identify yourself!
There's no time. Hurry!
I appreciate that you can see the conviction harden in her eyes to save the boss at the expense of herself. The woman with nothing to say, or the woman who can't say anything at all.
You're moving away from us. Circle back to your 8 o'clock.
And the man who doesn't say anything. Or man with nothing to say and the woman who
Proceed to your 10
can't
o'clock.
talk. Perfect.
Understood.
Perfect match who understand each other
Come
fully.
back towards your 1 o'clock.
Copy. 1 o'clock.
Shift slightly to your left.
That might do it a
Now
little,
proceed
Jared.
straight.
Just a little, but
1.5
nothing too
miles.
major. And I think commenting is a
Slight
fairly reasonable
little
way to
more.
phrase it.
Yes, there you go. 1 more mile. Strong winds approaching. Quick, adjust to your right.
Yep, she has the
A little left.
English.
Yes.
She has the
Now
English
hold your position and proceed straight.
strain
Half a
of
mile
the
more.
vocal cord parasite infecting her. She was sent as an assassin to Mother Base as a failsafe, but
Peapod, I can see you.
ended
I
up
have a
not
visual.
activating it.
Visual confirmed.
And she
Peapod,
chose to
hurry.
leave Mother
This
Base.
You're... I didn't know you could be so talkative, Quiet.
The boss is here. Hurry, Peapod. Please.
And she's essentially saying the last words she can before potentially spreading the virus. And now, like a whisper in a storm, she disappears. And no, that tracks. A level B, and I didn't do too great. But that's not what counts in this situation.
Boss.
Hey, Pequod.
Boss.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I'll give you
Speaks
an answer
English, parasite activates,
Quiet.
spreads it around, killing people.
I-
So she
We've got to go.
stays quiet. And she
go, boys.
saved the boss at the expense of herself. So I believe once you are affected by the parasite, it is... I don't fully remember how it spreads, but I think it's airborne, infecting your vocal cords and alveoli, and then essentially destroys your lungs once you speak the words to activate it. Yeah, it...
Mission info has been updated.
That's a good way to phrase it. It's very much like a fox die. I wouldn't even be shocked if it's a precursor to fox die. Yeah. That's part of it, Jared. Contain someone, still talk to them, but they would die more or less. And we dealt with the Kakongo variant earlier. The first bout of the English strain spread by Eli and Mantis, and Emmerich by extent. And then Quiet had a previous strain of it, and so she tried to leave because she saw the mutations happening in such a way that she didn't want to potentially risk people. I think it gets explained here fairly well. She left us a recording.
I did not choose to be quiet. I wanted to express my feelings to you.
Yep, she was in love with you, Venom.
If only we shared a common tongue.
Scooter with a backpack. So...
Vengeance was what drove me to them.
Not quite, Jared. I think it also... This is explaining why she has to hum. But basically, when you think words, I believe your vocal cords sort of automatically shape themselves at some point. Or with some of them to essentially make the words happen. So if you think, like, the word asparagus, or whatever, it essentially goes through the motions with the vocal cords, or at least this is my understanding of it, and activates the parasites still. But Jared, you're expecting too much logic from Kojima. Well, the alveoli, you know, those are the parts inside of your lungs that deal with oxygen. That, I believe, is the whole thing of, like, if you're thinking the words, you can accidentally stumble through saying them to some extent. It is explained in one of the tapes. I'm not sure which one, but it is explained as to why you can't write stuff down or something of that nature. Yeah, typing, writing... Well, typing, it's because that technology doesn't quite exist yet at this point. Ignore the scanning thing that we have. But we don't really have a extremely portable thing like that as far as I'm aware. Let me actually look up and see if there's a specific... Yes, it is specific to a language. Like I said previously, we dealt with the Kakongo strain. There was the strain that wiped out all of the Soviet troops in Afghanistan. I think that might have been a Russian or a Kurdish strain, maybe. I'm not sure what that specific strain was, but it was used to wipe out that specific group. And as part of that, it only activates upon the language being spoken. And I use spoken in air quotes because it's... if that part activates. Let's see what the internet says. Okay, believe it's something, trying to find it, but there's a, yeah, there were computers, but not portable enough to do what Jared said of, like, in the field. Okay. So, believe through a quick browsing of Reddit, there is a concept called, I believe, sub-vocalization, where you will essentially make your vocal cords do the shapes without you saying it out loud, but still activates as you do it. That can happen for writing, when you're doing stuff of that nature, and it's also why she's doing the humming, because that can essentially, you know, fully blanket to some degree. At least your we're ignore the iDroid, but I'm ignoring that in this situation. Okay. So, according to Reddit, it is fully explained in the Wolbachia tapes. To a further degree. Yeah, and Code Talker says that, you know, writing the language can still activate the whatchamacallit, the parasite. And, you know, again, the humming is to drown out your internal monologue in a way that it won't go for it. Halt, catch fire. So I should be familiar. Computer development. Okay, yeah, it's just a matter of the mobility of the computers, I think, is the issue, because as far as I'm aware, they didn't have a particular extent for mobility. Portable, yes, but not mobile. This game is 1984. And it's 9 years prior for the event that happens in Ground Zero. And then it's another few years before that for Peace Walker. And even more before that for Portable Ops. I think it's 69 that Delta or Snake Eater takes place in. So, yeah, we're... Because, yes, Ocelot is in his 40s, like mid-40s. That... Yeah, I think it's 1969. Yeah, let's rejoin
The only
quiet.
language left to me, revenge. But the words we shared... No, that was no language at all. That is why I chose the language of gratitude instead.
Yep.
And go back to silence.
You are glorious.
I am
Quiet.
I am the
Absence of words. Okay, be like a year from making the screen. Okay, yeah, the issue, Jared, as Byte mentioned, is we have that iDroid. We're getting another song. Birds in the sky carry these words for me. Life tasted sweet. The space on these is let me live. Let me breathe. Yeah, the spacing on these words is something I'm not used to. Love hurts so bad, but still saved my soul. Flowers of a brighter past, they bloom so free beneath the sun. Memories, I want to give them to you till you can see what we left there. As a snow pleased out, what remains is doubt. Should have left it all for you for tomorrow. When time draws near, will you live in fear? Could have left it all for you to remain. Cool. I absolutely butchered those lyrics. What are we currently dealing with in terms of chat? Given military tech, doable in 84? Absolutely. It absolutely could have been doable, probably. I don't know.
Yes.
I'll trust you
As I
on this
suspected,
front.
her entire body underwent parasite therapy. The parasites compensated for her burnt epidermis and provide her blood with oxygen through cutaneous respiration instead of pulmonary respiration.
So basically she became a
In addition,
frog.
They replaced the digestive organs she lost.
What are we dealing with?
She receives carbohydrates.
Yeah,
through
Star Wars IP
photosynthesis.
infringement. Yep.
Was Skullface responsible? There is no other possibility.
Vocal cords.
Skullface ordered
Play a small
Quiet to
part. Yeah,
assassinate Snake.
it's a cool
She got
idea,
set on
but
fire
not the
instead when he
most
woke up in that hospital.
sensical.
But then Skullface revived Quiet through his parasite therapy, at the same time infecting her with the English strain.
But if
That way, even if the assassination failed again, she could still kill all of us just by coming here.
Yep.
That was the third English mating pair. Correction, the first and only English pair to be carried
Jared,
by a
you're
person
You're applying
So
too
is it
much
because she
logic
wanted
to
get even with Snake,
Kojima's
or because
bullshit.
she was working for Skullface. Quiet approached Snake again.
Yep, but
Though
the
in
boss
the
won
end,
her
for whatever
over.
reason, she did not complete her objective. Some change of heart, perhaps. We want to hear it from her.
Yep. Yeah, I do think, however, if you're not fully aware of like the science behind it, you're not gonna question it too much. Like, you're not gonna think too much about, oh yeah, vocal cords, that would do it. Yeah, it makes sense when you realize none of it makes sense. Jimmy is right on the money. The issue with that bite, actually not necessarily, I think we have an instance or two of her acknowledging English text. Maybe not reading it, but at least acknowledging it. And in her birthday cutscene, she does shoot into the cigar box HBD, but that doesn't necessarily rule out. You know, I definitely agree with you, but it is really fun to look at the feasibility. A brilliant example is me and a friend of mine have gone through the whole process of trying to, could recognize symbols without it being language. We went through like a whole thing trying to figure out how to reasonably potentially make vampires a thing. And it more or less involves a whole bunch of leaping through hoops and it essentially becoming a STD, which very much fits in line with the like literary representation of vampires in one form or another. But there were a lot of hoops that we had to jump through to make it work, though STDs did eventually become our endpoint for what makes it even slightly feasible thing. God, we need to go back to that setting. Was essentially set during the Scramble for Africa period and tied in with like the actual Bram Stoker Dracula tale in distinct ways, but let's finish this out. Hey, we got some elite soldiers. Spitting Tiger, Doom Eel, you're part of the Fish Brigade. Agama, Gibbon, Sloth. Well, was hoping that we would see our sea slug or a sea cucumber at the end, but guess that can't be done. I will say one of the best interpretations I have seen, the truth I have seen for the whole we still don't have it. Where was I had a thought somewhere. I'm not sure where it went. Would one of you guys be willing to remind me what I wanted to say? Because I can't seem to remember myself. Oh, right. That's the whole thing where if you play over...
Please select a mission.
What mission is it? Cloaked in Silence? If you play Cloaked... Yes, I do have mission 46. Just want to muse over some final things, but... If we replay Cloaked in Silence, like... it's what, like 7 times we can get quiet back. The coolest explanation I have heard from this is it is because of like the horn in Venom's head. We've already seen him be delusional enough to imagine Paz still being alive. I don't think it is out of the question that similar to Paz, Venom just hallucinates because of what he deemed as his own mistakes, just replaying it over and over and over in his head for what he could fix. That he ends up essentially trying to save Quiet, and eventually he gets so deep in delusion that he actually does it. I think that is the best explanation as to why we're able to get Quiet back, beyond, you know, it's nice to have the best soldier back in our unit. I do not like a quiet exit. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here for a magnificent, a glorious time to find the truth.
Don't you die on me, damn it! BB's dropping!
Intubate now.
9 years ago. Took us a long damn time, but
Clear!
we fucking did it.
No response. Hit him again.
Clear!
Okay, I will say I don't like how close their hands are to him when they're doing
How's he doing?
CPR.
Well, he's still
Generally,
but it took
generally
too
when
long.
I say hey clear,
gonna
I
come.
want hands to be up here. Thank you guys.
him?
This has been such a fun experience, and I would say we're about at the halfway
Yeah,
point.
took some shrapnel to the head.
Yep. Good old shrapnel. Facts do not exist. They are only interpretations. Truth. The man who sold the world. You know, like I was saying, this has been such an awesome experience, being able to go through all this with you guys. I think we're about halfway there. And there's just so much that we can do with this, essentially, format. The MSX version. I'm not sure which version I'm going to be playing. I will be playing the one that you have. Okay, Master Collection has MSX. That is very, very good to hear, because I'm not quite sure how I would have found out otherwise than you guys saying, "Hey Sven, you bloomin' idiot, that's not the right version." Ooh. Got some baklava that was dropped off about halfway through. I will say, fucking love me some baklava. It's not that major, but it is, yeah, obviously MSX is the original. Baklava is easily one of my favorite things, that looks like a normal enough heart rate. I wish that we could actually get a better view of it, but you can see a pretty well-defined, pretty good PQ. Like, you can see the, barely, but you can see the PNT waves, the QRS complex seems to be well enough done. Sedan, you will see exactly what we are dealing with here. This time I have subtitles on, so I can actually understand what they're saying. I want to see my EKG again. Let me read the EKG wave. I also want to rewind a little and see the EKG for
V has come
Ocelot, for whatchamacallit, Big Boss. Jimmy, I'm gonna be completely honest. I cannot tell if you are joking, because there is a very real chance that this is just entirely in Ocelot's mind. Okay, I'm gonna pause, but that actually is a really fascinating thing, Sedan. Some people in comas can be fully aware of what's happening, but their sense of time is distorted. Others aren't, but by and large, people can be fully cognizant of what's happening around them while they are in a coma. What are we looking at here? Can I do something really quickly? Pointer PNG. We are gonna really quickly download a PNG of a pointer, and I am going to go over an EKG with you guys. But yeah, I guess that would make sense, Jimmy, that at least to some extent this very much would be something that Ocelot would do when he's essentially MK Ultraing himself about the situation. Okay, that's that. I'm willing to swap this out. We are going to grab this and blow it up so that we have an actual view of the EKG. It's going to cover me a bit, but that is fine. Yep, GMP, gross military product. Okay, but if we go here, actually, I can drag myself on top of that. I want to let it go, but I know, right. So, it's a bit rough, but here we are. Cursor. What we got here, the first bump, is what we call a P wave. I believe that the P wave is what happens when the heart first lets blood into the actual area. This is called atrial depolarization. EKG stands for electrocardiography. It's called an EKG instead of an ECG, though those are different but similar things. Not going to go fully into that, but it's German. When in doubt, it's German. So, we've got atrial depolarization. This is when the heart opens up and lets blood in. That is this very first section with the little bump. Generally, we don't want it to be too long, but we don't want it to be too short. From there, you've got stuff like the PR interval. This is from the start of the P wave all the way to the beginning of the QRS complex. The QRS complex is this little up-down section. This is basically what happens once the ventricles inside of your heart open up to allow blood into the second part of the chamber, right? I'm trying to do all of this off of memory for what it is, so it is very good, and I apologize if I get anything aggressively wrong. But that is when your heart deals with the second part of flowing the blood. From there, again, we also don't want that to be too big or too small. And then finally, we have the, so P, Q, R, S, T. The T is the ventricle repolarization. That's generally also considered like the recovery wave. That's what happens when your heart pushes the blood out fully. So, you know, the bum and then bum is the second part of this. This is what all happens to get the blood flowing all the way through your body. And depending on how things go, if it's particularly strong or weak, that can determine the height of the QRS complex. And again, what you normally see EKG on is a EKG strip. Each segment is worth a specific amount of time, and you can go through all of this and figure out what specifically your heart is doing for that. So the motion lines go straight means the heart isn't. Yes, if your heart is flatline, that means that your heart is not moving. It is not good when your heart is not moving, because that means that it just isn't pumping blood at all. And by and large, you want your heart to move blood. There's different systems. The flat line, it can also be called asystole, I believe. You know, because I'm trying to remember the exact reason why it's called asystole. It's not something picking up. You mean the gun from from Titanfall sedan? It's a really nice gun. I am still so salty we don't have a third Titanfall game. Courtesy of Apex Legends. Latin or Greek? It is a toss-up between Latin or Greek, depending on what branch of medicine. Yeah, normal things, you know, sinus just means that the actual beat itself, so this part is specifically working as normal. Then there are subvariants of sinus rhythms. Sinus tachy, or tachycardia, meaning it is beating fast. That is a complete, sometimes, you know, entire or short reduction between the two complexes. Thankfully, you cannot force your heart to stop if you are normal bite, so you are fine. But tachycardia just means that your heart is beating fast. Boom, boom, boom. I appreciate that you find this medical knowledge interesting, Jimmy, because I really enjoy it, and it means that I have to keep my knowledge fresh enough. But between those two, if it's really short, that's tachycardia. If it is really long in between, that is bradycardia. So, with all of that, you just need to be aware of that when you're noticing things. Sometimes it's good or bad that it's slow. That just means that there is space between heartbeats, and generally you want it to be consistent. Because if it isn't consistent, that is very, very bad. Other things you'll run into regularly is called atrial flutter. So do you remember all the way back when I mentioned that the atrial depolarization? So this early segment, you can get something called atrial flutter. That just means that part of the heartbeat is beating really fast and not quite in sync with the rest of it, I believe. That's not good. You should get that fixed. Atrial fibrillation is something similar, but atrial flutter is generally going to look fairly consistent across it, whereas AFib is going to be significantly more chaotic. VTach, ventricular tachycardia, that's a whole separate thing. VFib, those are pretty common heart attack aspects. What else? STEMI, that's just an elevated Q. Yeah, yes. Venom is very stable. Heart rate of 91, which is, I would say, pretty good for the situation he's in. He's waking up for a coma, so his heartbeat could either reasonably be fairly slow or fast, depending on the further situation. But 90 is not a horrible heartbeat here. Need to look closer, but I don't see any additional. Okay, two numbers. 120 over 80, that is your blood pressure. So the top number is systolic. That is the pressure for when your heartbeat pushes blood out. Okay, so that should generally be higher than the lower. A normal range, or a good normal number, 120 over 80. That is our baseline for normal humans. Elevated is 120 over 129. And then the bottom, or 120 to 129, is elevated but not particularly bad. Again, everything needs to be taken within the context that you find it. If it's a heavily stressing situation, this number could be higher. If it's lower, it might be not as aggressive. If it's reversed, Jimmy, that is a big fucking issue. Dystolic, so you've got systolic at the top, dystolic at the bottom. The bottom number measures the pressure when the heart rests between beats, hence why it is really good if that is lower than the top number. Because, again, all of this is measuring the pressure. This can be adjusted with stuff like vasodilating medications. Viagra, blue pill, stuff like that, stuff to help your mass go up, is a vasodilator. And it was originally designed to be a vasodilator before discovering the rather potent side effect that it can have, and is also why you should always inform medical personnel if you are on a pill for your downstairs. It will affect your blood pressure in a pretty significant way, assuming things can go wrong. Be aware of that. And it's measured in mmHg, meaning millimeters of mercury. I believe Hg is the it's like, I think it's the periodic Hg on periodic table. Yep, mercury. And it is, according to Google, Hg is for, yes, it is the author of War of the Worlds, but you are correct. But, sort of like how different metals have their names because of things, it is called Hg because it stands for hydrogerium, meaning liquid silver, quicksilver. I slaughtered that Greek. I was going for a more Latin pronunciation, and I just read that one off of Google. But mmHg is for millimeters of mercury. We'll get to liquid soon enough, Sedan. Soon enough. Yeah, basically, everything is within ranges, because people are not a monolith. You can be within a few degrees of 120/80 before we get particularly worried. And another thing is, be aware of what your normal is. Or at least be aware of a general range of what your normal is. Because with all this, it might be something that's wrong, or it might just be off. It really is impressive how much we have made from rocks and metals. Jared, that is perfectly fine. I enjoy it when we are able to go off on these tangents and I get to discuss blood pressure and all sorts of things. And Americanium, I don't know enough about periodic metals and all that to say anything worthwhile on that. Is there anything else to be aware of? Respirations. We may as well go over the entire screen that we can see with some stuff. But respirations are a fairly important thing. That is how many times you breathe in a minute. So a good range... Want to make sure I get this right. Resting, yeah, 12 to 20. It adjusts as you get older and younger. The specific reason I wanted to look this up: newborns and infants, specifically under 1 year old, have 30 to 60 breaths per minute. That is fascinating. I mean, it makes sense that it's radioactive. All of that area tends to have at least some radioactivity to it, at least more so than what normal does. But yeah, newborns breathe really fucking quickly. Compare that to an adult or adolescent. You know, we're breathing anywhere from 12 to 20 times a minute when we're resting and when we're healthy. Yeah, I do not recommend trying to breathe that fast, because you can and will get lightheaded. And all of these ranges are, again, based off of your normal start line. Yeah, Sedan, that is a fascinating medical fact of the past. Yeah, smaller lungs need to circulate oxygen better, Jared. But yeah. And as a result of doctors not thinking infants could feel pain, a bunch of people had, like, undiagnosed medical trauma that, you know, they just didn't know the source of, because you wouldn't really focus on the fact that, yeah, why would you be afraid of the doctor? It's the fact that you were operated on as a newborn to infant without anesthetic, and you subconsciously remember that. The amazing part about medicine is the fact that we stand on the shoulders of giants. Everything we know now is because of what was done in the past. And there are absolutely gaps in this knowledge. Like, a major example that I will always use and have mentioned in brief passing is how heart attacks appear and manifest differently in women than they do men. We don't particularly know the full set of signs and symptoms, because the standard thing that we used to develop all these is because we didn't have a full concept of, like, the sexual dimorphism and how that can relate to symptoms manifesting and all that, and everything was done and tested on men. So there are differences in how medicines, diseases, medical incidents, how they manifest in men and women completely differently. And we don't fully know that. And we are getting better about it at this point. But we still have a lot to learn. And yet it is so good that we are in a point where we are now. Like, there was a time that transorbital lobotomies were considered, like, the peak of science, and now we, at least most people who are completely normal and sane, agree that they are fairly barbaric practices and just not really worth it. Especially because they were diagnosed and prescribed for reasons that we don't fucking know. They didn't know at the time how to properly deal with, like, mental illness, you know, stuff going on upstairs. There's just so much that has changed and adapted. Because, like, germ theory and miasma theory are another wonderful aspect of this, because, yeah, R&D on female pregnancies, it's utterly fascinating, because medical studies weren't done on women for the longest time in a substantial way. Yeah, and that's part of the issue. For better and worse, now, we are bound by, or at least most people, are bound by morals and codes of ethics. When was the Hippocratic Oath? Obviously, it's named after Hippocrates, but what we currently use is the 1964 rewrite. You know, do no harm, you protect patient privacy, and you teach the art given to the next generation of students. That is a really interesting question, Sedan. I believe that everybody should have access to a base level of healthcare. Like, everybody deserves to have a base level of healthcare. But it's the question of, how do you pay for doctors and all? that because the billionaires are gonna weasel their way out of the taxes for it. The money absolutely exists, it's just a matter of how to do it. And there is a issue involving when it deals with that, money goes missing in directions and doctors don't get as good pay, but if done properly, universal free healthcare is the way to go. The issue is, how does that work for the EMTs and paramedics and all that? Because at least for the EMTs, I don't get paid shit. I am, at least for my EMT rate, I am at, granted, I do gig work, so it's slightly different, but normal rate is like 15 to 16 an hour. That's not a lot. I could get a far better thing. I could get far better pay working at like a McDonald's or anything else. Yeah, that's the thing, but it is a balance of how you want to work it. Because I believe a major issue with the NHS in England, which follows a relatively similar concept of being state-funded, is wait times. They are absolutely insane for a lot of stuff. Granted, we have the same issue here in America, but it's just a matter of how the fuck do you get it to work, and smarter people than me have yet to figure it out. Though I'm sure if they actually asked healthcare providers for their opinion, who are deeper in the subject, they might be able to actually get somewhere instead of talking to the fucking bureaucrats and coin changers. NASA is truly like the peak of American glory. And oh yeah, wait time is insane here as well. Yeah, I'm sure it's not as bad as people say. It's just a matter of what we're exposed to online, and I really wish there was a clean and simple way to deal with this. But like I said, wiser men than me have failed. Yeah, that's what I understood by it's heavily exaggerated. Maybe not heavily, but it is definitely exaggerated. And there's just so much that needs to go. And part of it is also just the fact that you need staffing, and to staff places you need to actually pay the people to work, and maybe healthcare CEOs shouldn't take as big of a cut. I will say it, maybe the CEOs shouldn't be being paid millions upon billions of dollars. Well, you know, Jim EMT man and Joe the ER tech are, you know, working two jobs. Ooh, that is not fun, Jared. Yeah, wait times are really hard to explain to a lot of people, because it is a floating queue, more or less. We are constantly triaging people, trying to figure out where you go in the line. And if somebody like Jared comes in who damn near slashed his tendon open on his thumb, you know, for example, a Bite who has a bit of a cough and, you know, wants to get checked out for some godforsaken reason, Bite is going to get moved down in the line. Yeah, medical tourism is a whole separate kettle of fish involving that, because India, Turkey is really common for a lot of stuff. I'm trying to remember what other countries are really common. Mexico is common for Marines and stuff. I think SEALs as well, to get like steroids to help you heal up after Hell Week and stuff like that. You know, not officially, of course, but it's such a glorious thing that I wish wasn't in existence. ER guys are either going to be the chillest fuckers you'll ever meet, or they're going to be complete asshats. There is no in-between, Jared. And little stuff like that is always amusing, because it's like, holy shit, dude, you almost, you know, lopped your thumb off, but you are perfectly okay. That is awesome. Yeah, I have always been more in line with the actual ambulance crews and all that, because the guys who are actually on the bandage box are so nice to just talk to. You get to know your partner really well, and if you have an amazing partner, it will be a lifelong friend until, you know, but like, you will be lifelong friends and deal with that by and large. But if they are an absolute asshat, you will fucking hate your job. Stuff like that really makes me enjoy, but also have mixed feelings about the medical field. And that is a whole thing. With cutting avocados. Another really common one is bagels. If you are cutting a bagel, how do you hold it? I got a training knife here and a roll of duct tape. Don't ask why I have them. Close calls are good to have because they don't result in actual pain or too bad pain. But if you're cutting a bagel with a knife, how do you want to cut it? A common way that I have seen some people do, and God bless them in their magnificence, they can put their finger through it and cut through. Do you know what happens when you put your finger through a hole and you're using a bread knife? Boom. Your finger can get pretty messed up. Another common one is if you cup it and cut, you might mess up and gash your hand open. Don't do that. That is not a worthwhile thing to do, and I highly do not recommend cutting your hand open in such a manner. A plate or cutting board is the far superior way to do it. You're going for the EMT approach, Jimmy. This very much is a instance of I know just enough that I can be a massive danger to myself. It's sort of like how when you're looking to buy a car, you do not buy a vehicle that is previously owned by a mechanic, because they will do just enough to keep it running and nothing more. Easily one of the worst things that you can end up buying. A car owned by a mechanic. Ooh, that is that's a really nice cut. Yeah, breaking news, knives are dangerous. Please be careful. I do not want you guys to get hurt. You are the glorious diamonds. I can't have you guys beating yourselves up. Yep, stitches are a pretty damn good thing to get, but bloody hell, they're brutal. They can be so damn brutal. Though, I will say, they are kind of fun to take out. If you can do it right, you can just, boom, get them pretty well. Honestly, respect any knife. Because if you don't respect the knife, it will absolutely cut the shit out of you. And like I said, I don't want that for you guys. Generally try to stay in one piece. God, table saw accidents are on a different level. Table saws, I think, are like generally easily one of the most dangerous things that somebody will casually interact with. Cars, obviously, you know, can get pretty bad, but saws in general, don't fuck around with them. Should we get back to the hospital? We can keep talking as we go, but let's get things back set up. Yeah, that's another warning I don't want to give too much. Don't operate machinery while drunk. Pretty sure 10 out of 10 doctors do not recommend operating machinery while under the influence. I think that looks generally what we're gonna use. Might actually shrink it a little bit more. I'm sorry, Jimmy. I'll try and do better. Right, where were we? Right, the EKG.
Look up, please.
This was, one hell of a tangent.
Very good.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. I can only do so much about that.
There is plenty of time.
If we watch the
I need to tell you something.
ECG.
Please listen and
Okay, I need to do one more lookup. ECG invention date. When was it first? First ECG was 1903. What was interesting? Okay, different tangent. Apparently the first ECG was that we would properly recognize as an EKG would be in 1903. Though the Augustus Waller, he was the first person to record a human heartbeat using a mercury capillary electrometer. I mean, that obviously is why we call it a we measure it by mmHg. This is so interesting. Medical technology has been around for so much longer than we're aware. Like, blood transfusions are a brilliant example of this, because first blood transfusion, yeah. So the first blood transfusion, I needed to get the date right, but it was in 1665. And this was the first successful blood transfusion. It was with animals, dog to dog, which is really incredible just how far back that is for a successful transfusion. And granted, at this time, there was a whole separate set of issues of trying to figure out what liquids we can transfuse into human bodies. Because there were a few instances of water, milk, first documented transfusion was in 1667 with lamb's blood into a 15-year-old. And given the bullshit they were doing by it might as well have been Yarnum. But the first successful proper human-to-human transfusion was in 1818. Using, and I am specifically reading this off of YouTube, or not YouTube, Google, for a postpartum hemorrhage from a patient's husband. It is so cool how far back medical history like this goes, because, yeah, ancient Egypt, able to do surgeries, fake teeth and limbs. There's a priestess, I'm trying to remember where she was, probably Egypt, but she had like a false eye that was used, and it was made of like a stone, a variety of stone and gold inlay, and she was a priestess. The Incans and Aztecs, you know, they were able to do a rudimentary brain surgery, though it specifically was for like relieving head pressure, and people survived it. Medical history is so cool because, like I said before, we are standing on the shoulders of giants. I would say it is one of the oldest, though something really fascinating. Do you guys know what the first, like, proper sign of, like, non-nomadic civilization is? I'll give you guys a little bit of time to guess. What do you think the first sign of more sedentary civilization is, as opposed to nomadic? Astronomy is up there. That not all medicine is scientific, but by and large, it is derived from the scientific method. Like, one of the first proper signs we have that somebody was in a non-nomadic society, a broken femur. A broken femur that has been remended. The reason why that is, the amount that actually is required to fix a broken femur is pretty noteworthy. Because femur, it is a long bone. You know, that is what connects your hip to your knee. And that muscle is a really, really strong one. And it's also very tight. And what happens when you break a femur, specifically a femur, Jared, because if it's like, so imagine your leg is like this. You know, it's perfectly lined up, and then when your femur breaks, it collapses in on itself. This is really dangerous because basically what happens is it can shred all of the muscles in that leg, puncture major blood vessels and arteries, and the thigh is a massive cavity for blood to swell up and fill. You can bleed out so fast from a broken femur. And the way that you fix a broken femur, we have something called a traction splint. You connect it to someone's hip and to their ankle. And with that, you basically pull the bones apart and then essentially reconnect the joints. And they have to remain immobile like this for a while. The only way you can do that is if you're not a nomadic civilization. And then from here, you know, it takes time, people caring for you, group communities to actually band together and help you heal. This can be done without surgery. It's, you know, obviously the survival rate isn't the greatest. It is absolutely horrible, Sedan. I have had to, it's called reducing. I have had to reduce a femur, and you are in so much pain when it is collapsed that you can't feel it. Like, you are in another world with the amount of pain that you are in here. Hey, nobody. I hope that you are having a good one. I'm not sure how long you have been lurking, but you have been subject to one hell of a discussion. But basically, when you pull it out and fully reduce it, you feel a shit ton of relief, even without drugs. I'll be sure to look out for Polyphemus if I see him and tell you. I'll let him know that you're not here, nobody. But there's a weird amount of sort of distancing that you have to do with it, Sedan. It's a very interesting mindset that can really hurt you in the long run. You kind of have to do a lot of compartmentalization, and it is bad when you get too desensitized to it. I wouldn't go that far, Jared. You get exposed to it and desensitized over a while, and it is something that you have to sort of grapple with. You know, there have been parts over my medical training where I was starting to question, like, my humanity and stuff at some points. But I got through it in the end. And it's an interesting one. Please talk to each other and all that. You know, mental health is not a joke. Ooh, that sounds horrible. Nobody. Did they have to, like, what did they actually have to do for treatment on that? Was it like chemo, or what was the proper procedure for that sort of thing? Because I can only imagine it would be incredibly rough. Yeah, Jimmy, okay, chemo, that tracks, because I can only imagine there's so much you can do on the surgical side, and all of that is very outside of my scope of knowledge. My job is to make sure that you are okay in the field and are stable enough to be driven to where you need to go to get better. Large B-cell lymphoma. In the worst way possible, I suppose that there are worse options out there, nobody. I am glad that you are still with us. Cancer, it's basically a uncontrolled... I don't know this one off the top of my head, Sedan. Again, cancer is a field that I am not particularly focused in. Yeah, rapidly reproducing infected cells, uncontrolled cell growth, genetic changes, tumor formation, basically things growing in a way that they shouldn't at a rate that they shouldn't. But yeah, by and large, I try not to talk about fields that I'm not particularly well versed in. Just because there's a reason that people go to school, like, specifically to treat cancers and stuff like that. It's a hell of a process. I bet that it can be a super rewarding process to see people get better, but at the same time, it is probably absolutely soul-crushing, you know, for all of the people who don't. There's a book that I highly recommend reading if you're interested in this sort of stuff. It's by, or at least one aspect that you can deal with in this field. It's called On Death and Dying. It's by Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. It is good on you, nobody. But it is a really interesting read. If you're dealing with this sort of thing, and yeah, it is just such a interesting and deeply affecting book. It's not a read I would recommend for everyone, but it is absolutely worthwhile. I believe she made a separate or a secondary book when she herself was dying. Yeah, On Grief and Grieving and On Death and Dying are both incredibly profound books that I think are incredibly worthwhile to read at some point in your life, but they are also incredibly tough reads at some points. Where were we again? So this is the danger of me going on rants like this, but I'm really glad to hear that you are cured. Nobody. Anyway, let's go back to Metal Gear. We'll circle all the way around again and look at the EKG.
Not to panic.
How the hell did we get here?
You've been in a coma for quite some time. Yes, I know. You'd like...
No worries, nobody. I really enjoy having these conversations and being able to talk about stuff I, if nothing else, have knowledge and experience in. Being able to communicate knowledge and learning and all of that is part of the reason why I've wanted to become like a history teacher at some point, but life has directed me in other ways. Do not apologize for that.
I'm afraid it's been 9 years.
Holy shit, it's been 9 years. Let me look at the EKG.
Come down.
No, over a bit further. Damn. Was hoping we would be able to get all the way to the EKG, because that would be a brilliant time for his heart rate to have fully spiked. Would not be shocked if it went above, like, 100 at that point. I don't feel great, nurse. How are you? I'm afraid I can't catch your name tag because you're hiding it so expertly.
It's been 1 week since you came to. Now, let's try getting you out of that bed.
Okay, we're running at 91 again. To be fair, Jimmy...
Don't worry.
You
lost some strength, but we've been maintaining your
when you're around
muscle
equipment like that for a while, you get
CPM
used to sort of
and
like
EMS.
quickly glance at it.
Now, I need to explain something to you, but you must be
CPM therapy. I'm gonna have to look at that. CPM therapy. What does that mean? Okay, CPM is continuous passive motion. Most commonly prescribed after knee surgery. Essentially what they do is hook a machine up to your limbs and it moves your limb for you while you're completely relaxed. There's a new Avatar game out? That is interesting. I'll have to look at it at some point. What's the other bit of therapy that we were done? Okay, EMS. Electromuscular something. Electromuscular stimulation. Ah. Well, if nothing else, that could be worth a shot for me at some point. I haven't played a fighting game before, but yeah, electromuscular stimulation, it's also really cool. It relies on the fact that your brain essentially uses electricity to make things move. So you basically send a pulse of electricity through, and it stimulates the muscles. I don't know a lot about it just because it's not my field. I'm not a physical therapist. What they do is really awesome, but I don't know a damn thing about it. Mortal Kombat, but with Avatar. Interesting.
9 years ago, you were injured.
Yes.
In an explosion.
I played Ground Zero.
Upon examination, we discovered 108 foreign bodies embedded within you.
High chance of infection.
In addition to shrapnel, we also found fragments of human bone and human teeth.
That tracks.
Most of it was removed, but
was like some of the shrapnel from bone and stuff from like Paz and Chico? Because
some of the fragments still remain. They are located near your heart and in your skull.
Okay, brilliant example. Venom is getting more stressed, and because of that, I would need to specifically view the first signal next to the second for the EKG. But his heart rate is moving faster. You can also partially see that because it looks like the intervals between waves is getting smaller.
Look at this. The fragments are lodged deep within your cerebral cortex.
Giving us a little horn.
We couldn't
120?
give you an MRI. The metal, you see. But
I think that it was bone shrapnel from. Well, as you can see, there is a reason why Venom's heart rate is spiking rapidly. Getting a bunch of information revealed like that. I think the bedside manner here could be a little bit different.
Even if we
but yeah, we went from 91 to 108 to 120.
Brain hemorrhage.
A brain hemorrhage is not good.
Mental and physical impairment are unavoidable.
That generally happens.
However,
when you've
your
got
current
a
status
amputation.
is not life-threatening.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Bone shrapnel from...
This X-ray is of your upper body.
You
better look.
All right, Jimmy. I cannot
Best to
imagine what it would
understand
be
your
like to
situation
have bits
sooner or
of
later.
your friends just
I know it's
stuck
difficult,
in you.
but please look down. It's best to see with your own eyes.
I know they...
Be brave.
I am gonna get my watch. I might be able to figure out what the heart rate is here. This is not my first time playing Metal Gear Solid 5, nobody. This is easily the longest, but the reason why is I actually know what's going on here, so...
Nosakoma, Grigor, try to calm down. Calm down. Please, calm down. It's gonna be okay. Yes, yes. Calm down. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so... For reference, the way that we generally calculate heart rate and all that within the medical field, at least as an EMT, because we need to do it fairly quick, is we listen to, or we, take your pulse, feel how many beats we get in 15 seconds and multiply it by 4. I got like 50 something in there, so
You should be dead.
heart rate of 200 minimum.
Your enemies are everywhere.
Not,
We must alter your appearance
not exactly,
Otherwise, I fear you won't leave this place alive.
not exactly an insane number for what he just went through,
It's
but
a wide open world.
quite elevated.
So there's something
91
we need
to
take care
108
of
to
first.
120 to like 200 at its highest.
This is you, as you've lived until this day.
Oh hey,
I'm
it's the
going to
dude we
change your
made the very
appearance.
first
We
time.
have no other choice.
And I cannot wait for Metal Gear 4, Jimmy. And somehow I have not seen Breaking Bad, Sedan. One of these days, I'm gonna get around to watching it, but I have yet to get around to it. "48 hours after."
Very good. Now let's remove these bandages. Your face has healed nicely. To tell you the truth, these bandages were more for your protection, to hide you from those who want you dead. As of today,
Okay, heartbeat
Your name
is
is
60
Ada.
right now. That's a pretty decent resting heart rate, from what I can tell.
your name. Your
Oh,
past.
I have heard so many good things about Breaking Bad, Jimmy. And Jared, one of these days I'm finally gonna get around to watching it. I just haven't yet. God, this is such a cool reveal. Venom's horn is made of metal. It's part of, I think, the chassis of the helicopter. And there he is. Good luck, Sven. From Vik Boss. I have heard that
Everything feels all right.
Better Call Saul is also really good. Though I will be, it's not melded with his skull, it's just embedded through the, upper skull here. And basically is embedded in the, like, frontal lobe of the brain in such a way that it can't be removed in a, reasonable manner. So it may as well be welded. Though I will say, what Quiet did there is very good technique for garroting someone, you know, around their neck and then over the shoulder. You can use a lot more. Oh god, no, Sedan. An MRI would absolutely obliterate them, considering they've got, what, at minimum 108 shards of metal in them, and then the additional one through the brain. Stay quiet. Hey, Big Boss. How are you? Fun detail here. I know I keep pausing, but it is so cool to see how many flowers that our neighbor got. When the only flower that we have was stolen from our neighbor and put next to us. I do wish that we were able to see what that label was. But we are not able to. Hey, Quiet. Quiet, we don't know each other this well yet. Come on, like... Also, we're in public. My boss is next to us. Can't we do this somewhere else? And hearing Quiet's theme here. I mean, I might too, Sedan, but like... Actually, that's a whole separate kettle of fish. Because, as I've stated before, Quiet looks concerningly like a, ex of mine. Oh shit, who's that, Jimmy? Might have to, swing by, see how they're doing at some point. And that causes them to, deal with that. The pedals. It is such...
Okay, have time to go.
A good game, Sedan.
What happened to the woman?
I have a few issues with it, but it is a damn good time.
We gave her a light. She took the short way down.
I don't think she fully I think being on fire might adjust your ability to react properly, Sedan. Having never been on fire, I couldn't quite tell you. Great literary reference.
Well, the good news is, you're in the land of the living. Bad news? The world wants you dead.
But being on fire generally tends to cloud your judgment. Gonna note that down. Pudge 007. Brilliant. Oh shit, he just started. If he's still streaming towards the end, I'll check him out.
Pick me up. Here.
Are you gonna tell me what this is?
To get you back in the game.
Digoxin.
Come on.
And in case you're wondering, Digoxin is a prescription med to treat heart failure and abnormal heart rhythms like AFib. Fib? Yeah, Fib. Yeah, Quiet alcohol residual in quiet lungs. I'm just wondering what variety of alcohol it is, cause a lot of Resident Evil. I have not played a Resident Evil game, but planning on it sometime towards the end of, or towards the Halloween season. But it definitely is some variety of alcohol, but I just don't know the flammability. What's the
Let's take the stairs.
What's the flammability of digoxin? Okay, it's not particularly noteworthy. If you want a really cool useless skill, you know those like chemical squares you see on the back of trucks? Learn to read those. Really interesting to learn like how reactive things are when they're being transported. Yeah, because what it produced a blue flame, which is indicative of a pretty fucking reactive and hot flame. Burst into flame instantly as well, though I'm not sure how much of that is just video gaming. If we could get a better look at the label, we absolutely could figure out exactly what it is, but we didn't, so we get to muse on what it is.
Better take the elevator.
I don't want to question why the trash can has a bunch of water in it. So, how long does this mission usually take? That is a fascinating question, Sedan. Hey, Mantis. Good to see you again. You're gonna be, aware of him at some point later. God, there's a reason he can't do too much stealth, Sedan. Those cheeks clapping all about. But I would say Big Boss would win out over Venom, just cause, but we are dealing with like a whole, a difference between like original and copy, though, what's the name of a copy that supersedes the place of the original? Hey Vulcan, how are you doing? There's a specific. That is really cool foreshadowing, Sedan. With the hairspray, I believe. I'm trying to remember what the name is when a copy essentially supersedes the original copy. Why can I not remember it? This is bothering me something fierce.
You can do this. This way, hurry.
So, obviously not medical advice, I have to say that. Don't fucking flop around with your shoulder dislocated like this. By and large, it is not good for you. Oh hey, Ground Zeroes. We played that game.
Good, let's hurry.
Mm-hmm. There is so much cool, like, literary stuff that you could look into this with Sedan, but I obviously don't have a degree in you know, creative writing like a Little Indigestion does or anything like that, but so much cool stuff that you can go over with the themes. I believe you can also like do some red Oni, blue Oni stuff between the two of them. Someone's having a grand old time here.
It's always good to try and mend your injuries while hiding from the enemy.
Yep, get that arm pumping.
Over there.
The old chopper. What is it?
Let's go.
I can't think of what it is.
Do you have a pen? Don't you die on me. Ahab. Ahab. Ahab!
So I managed to die. Don't look at chat while you're stealthing.
This way, hurry.
That's a recipe for disaster.
Get down.
Don't worry about it, Sedan. There is absolutely no reason why they shouldn't do that. And if there is a stupid reason for them to do it, it's because Ocelot convinced them to. So I'm trying to remember what this literary term is, and I do not remember what it is, and it is bugging the shit out of me. It's a literary term for when, like, the original is superseded and replaced by a copy of itself. And the copy becomes the original. It's obviously really fitting for what's going on with Phantom Pain. Now, I know for a fact that it starts with a P. And that's what's bugging me. Hey, Free, how are you doing? Good. We have been playing the last Paradigm Shift. No. We have been playing this last mission for so long. And it's because we are having a whole bunch of fun conversations about medical history, learning how to read EKG and ECG, which are kind of the same thing. Got some new faces here, like Nobody, bunch of returners. The really important thing is we managed to exile Huey. So Emmerich is no more, but unfortunately he lives to pass on his genes. Is it a pastiche? Maybe. I couldn't quite say pastiche definition. No, it's not a pastiche. It's something more. No worries, Sedan. It is one. It would be one hell of an asspull if you managed to get that. Well, you are in for one hell of a ride.
Here they come, hurry.
Free. If you don't mind me asking, Free, what happened? I have nothing but mad respect for doctors, because the amount of schooling that you go through is insane, and there's just so much that you have to absorb, like, even more than a lot of other careers. And on top of it, you have to stay on top of all future information. You know, your medical journals are constantly being updated. Reading through them is really fascinating, just learning about recent studies, but... Oh, nice. Were you small animal or big animal?
Move, go!
You know, I've interacted with more than my fair share of vets working on a ranch. Yep, we got some people down there. In through the door. In through the bloody door. How's Omega's stream doing, by the way, Free? You have a good time?
I'm Agricola. Come on.
Very fair, Free. Yeah, no, hours for anything medical is insane.
What's happening out there?
It's all right. We'll be okay. I can't see what's happening.
Medical hours are absolutely insane, even if it's not, like, for humans.
Do you hear that? What's going on out there?
Did you have any favorite animal to interact with, Free?
Hey! I can't see what's happening. What is that? What's happening out there? Does anybody know?
Also, any particularly interesting specific animal that you interacted with? Like, did you get a bearded lizard at one point, or a iguana, or, I don't know, a kookaburra?
Get out! Please.
Who needs a map anyway, Free? Only cowards need them. Yeah, like, what was your favorite animal to interact with in general, and also in, like, a medical sense? Also, you are gonna be in for one hell of a twist here, Free. One hell of a twist coming up. It already kind of got revealed, but we'll see a bit more of it later on. Ooh, you know, rabbits are remarkably fragile creatures. But, you know, fragile and resilient at the same time. Maine Coons are so cool. Personally, I will always lean a bit more towards the Norwegian forest cat, but I'm a little bit biased there. Any of the large cats are so cool to me. Now that is a proper early Metal Gear face model. If it's the photo that you sent me before, Jared, that is a beautiful creature. The cat's okay too, I guess. Now we've got 2 barn cats. We used to have 4, but you know they've ended up dying over the years just due to like old age. One of them just kind of ran off. But we've got a big one. His name is Moscow. Siberian tigers are also cool creatures. Honestly, any big cat is.
Blend in with the bodies.
But we've got a large one, you know, Moscow. He's had a wonderful habit of being like the biggest, baddest bastard around, even on some accounts treeing like a bobcat. And then we have his little, like, 3/4, or not 3/4, but like 1/32 brother, or whatever, named Hobbs. Little waif of a cat. He is a mighty hunter in the least flattering way possible. Absolutely love the bastard, but he is such a funny creature, and regularly gets the shit kicked out of him by Moscow. Awesome little creatures. I'll post a photo of them in Byte's Discord. Yeah, lovely. Liquid. This is obviously a reference to Liquid Snake, who is the villain of the main series. And nothing else. Absolutely nothing else. I mean, those are prime chasing hours for you. I don't know what to tell you, but if there is any time to go chasing people around, it is between midnight and 2 a.m. Giraffes are really cool creatures. Like, the biology with like the extended neck and all that is so cool. Well, Sedan, it all goes back to Metal Gear Solid 3. Skullface was the person who was cleaning up after Snake's messes. And I don't remember the full reason, but it more or less involves there being a massive grudge. And also the destruction of his language and people and a whole bunch of other situations that devolved into Cypher and all of that.
Damn it! Coming! Move!
I'm moving. Nice. That is awesome, Jared. I would love to be able to see one like out in the wild at one point. There is just so much cool stuff to do out in the world and so little time. Unfortunately, there is so little time in the world. That is so cool, Jared. I hate to break it to you, man. Tranks aren't gonna work. That is so cool, Free. Are you fostering them? Or... one of these days I want to go to Green Bay. Got a relative of mine who has tickets to... I mean, they live in Green Bay, so, you know, obviously they're partial owners of the Packers, but one of these days I want to go see a game. In person, that is.
We better stop and treat that injury.
Lambeau Field is such a cool little thing.
We'll have to take the stairs
down. That could be a worthwhile thing to do, Free. Biology is a glorious thing to deal with, and by God, they have the biological urge to make it happen. Come on. Thank you, Venom. Or thank you, Big Boss. That is such a cool seat, Jared. That is such a cool spot to watch the game from.
Hold down the aim button to aim, then press the attack button to fire. Destroy it.
Yep. Boom. And now it.
I'll take the right. You take the left. Pretty good.
It is a rough spot to get tickets for. Yep, there's a reason they're protected so much. Oh yeah, that's right. Free is a fib. It's alright, we can't all be perfect. Can't all be perfect. How long have we taken on this mission? Because it has been a massive chunk of time. We've been having some awesome conversations and meeting new friends, but bloody hell, we have taken our time here.
Perfect.
Yeah, no, it's... There is in fact both blood and ass free. We even have the ass from one of the people that we follow. Why are you guys hidden there? Right, where's your rifle? Wearing a gown. Yeah, no, okay, so what's going on is the hospital got attacked by a group called Cypher. He is a gentleman that we are calling Ishmael. We are currently being called Ahab. And because of that, he is helping us escape. And do you remember Quiet, the sniper who had her knockers out the whole time? She came in to attack us and try to kill us. Right, XOF, which is a distant relation to Cypher. Thank you for catching that, Sedan. But, yeah, she came in to try and kill us. Mind you, this is happening before the entirety of the game. Such a sneaky wench. This was well before we seduced her free with our stoic charm, so don't worry. Our relationship is kind of on the rocks because she... Do you remember the vocal cord parasites? Where, you know, you speak it and then your body kind of explodes and you die after a while? She was affected by the English strain of the vocal cord parasite and was sent to Mother Base to kill us. And as a result of that, she ended up staying silent the whole time, eventually fell for us. But with the mutated strain, which was done by the rat bastard Emmerich, hello Mantis, she decided to leave Mother Base to make sure that she wouldn't kill us. We do a whole mission, it fucking sucked, and she eventually leaves after speaking and activating the parasite that was meant to kill us, to save us from being bitten by a venomous snake. She sacrificed herself to save us, and by God, I miss her every day. Also, I mentioned this before, but she looks damn near identical to one of my exes. Yes, and she wears the bikini only for very valid and scientific reasons, which is the fact that we burned her lungs to a crisp here. And she is trying to stay alive and breathes through her skin and photosynthesizes. Yeah, she's a remarkable young lass. Oh, and we killed this guy like 3 to 4 games ago. But he is currently on fire and trying to kill us. Or at least, we killed him. You know, we didn't have a great start to our relationship, but we've got the hots for each other now. Boom. That comes crashing through. Yeah, sedan. So, that's also context. The man on fire is a former Soviet colonel who is being controlled by a young lad who is able to control things with his mind, and also goes in deep with the kid Eli. Not sure if you remember him, but they're working together in the future. If you can't tell, this series is very cut, dry, and straightforward, with absolutely no interconnecting characters in the slightest. All very grounded in real life. As you can tell by the fact that our psycho kid is killing everyone with the word. Welcome back, Bite. I'm glad that you are enjoying the new Avatar game. We are making progress and not discussing medical things now, so all in all, having a grand old time. Absolutely grand. Hey, Volgan. But yeah, he can also absorb all of the damage he has taken and send it back at the individual who fired it. Very grounded series. Just like Sedan said. And also, currently we are in Cyprus. I know what you mean, Bite. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Bloody hell, I thought this was going to be a short stream, but it has turned into 5. Okay, it's only 3 hours because I started late, but it has turned into 4 hours of us yapping, and I could not enjoy it more. Hey, Volgan. Goodbye, Volgan. I also find it amusing that Volgan always manages, until the very end, just not find out about the truth. It has been absolute hell with the temperature thing. There's the fire brigade. I will say, this is like the first time I feel that I have properly hit a groove when it comes to yapping. It did derail us a whole bunch. Watch the fucking road, boss. Derail us a whole bunch where we started talking about, like, and actively showing how to read ECG. But, by God, it was a fun time. Get to the chopper. I do not have the voice saying yet. Soon it does, but get to the chopper. Let's just hope that we don't need to shift with this man. Because if we do, we are SOL. Completely SOL. always remember to be careful when you're driving and being chased by a man on fire. Be very careful. And here it is, the truth revealed. Yeah, that tracks. Shark tracks. And here we are. Theakali Sovereign Base, Cyprus. Zotalimbatu. And now, if you'll notice, it's the bandaged man being taken out.
Hurry.
With Ocelot. And the bandaged man is being referred to as Boss. And the guy who we've been playing as Big Boss, Venom Snake, is still there. And the boss, who Ocelot referred to, has both of his arms. Whatever could be happening here? Whatever could be happening? I don't know, but those words do not sound very Earth-like to me.
Use that bike. It's tuned up and ready to go.
Honestly, what natural place has that many letters? And also, you can see his eye patch has 2 straps, as opposed to Venom's 3.
I'll handle the rest.
Thank you, Ocelot.
Here. That's your name as of today.
Sven from California.
Best to change your face, too.
And that is the character I created all the way back in the beginning, when things were
from here on,
absolutely stuttering. God, this is such a cool reveal.
My very own phantom, huh?
And he's gonna feel all the pain.
Boss, the whole world wants your head. Don't worry, he can handle it. Move now, quickly.
Aren't you forgetting something?
And since he's the real Big Boss, he gets a cigar. We'll take a screenshot for this just because. It's a damn good scene.
Right.
Does Ocelot and Big Snake ever meet up again? I'm honestly not sure if they do. Because it would have to be through Metal Gear Solid 1, or Metal Gear 1 and 2. And I don't think Ocelot is involved in any of those games, at least directly. Though there could have been some contact after the fact. After, or in the interim period. Not quite, Jared. We've got one final scene here. One final scene, and we're done. This thing has more endings than The Bloody Return of the King. 42 creates the Cipher Book. 64 is Snake Eater. Congo Crisis, H-Bomb, Zero disbands, DCR, Les Enfants Terribles, revealing that Eli is in fact liquid and David is solid. Big Boss parts ways with 0 and 72, probably over the results of Les Enfants. Salt 2 with a Peace Walker incident, 75, we have all that. Les Enfants Terribles, Eli goes to Britain. 0 suffers from that. Iranian Revolution. Oh. ARPANET, I am aware that that is a... Oh shit, there's a mention to the third boy. That is so cool. And this is the final scene. But yeah, I was aware ARPANET was a thing. Here we are. Venom Snake. From the man who sold the world. The illusion's breaking. Yep. There is our heterochromic man. I mean, what's that saying? The greatest lie the devil ever told was convincing the world he didn't exist. Yeah, halt and catch fire as well. That is so cool. And here, the medic steps in. There's the second bomb that was forcefully placed in her uterus. There's the shrapnel that becomes our horn. Let's hear what they have to say.
Now do you remember who you are?
I remember.
What you were meant to do.
I remember it all.
I cheated death thanks to you. And thanks to you, I've left my mark. You have too. You've written your own history.
This is such a cool scene. I cannot imagine what it would have been like back then, first playing it to get hit with this
the two of us together. Where we are today,
twist.
We built it. This story, this legend.
I unfortunately didn't get to play the game blind because I've always been aware of the Venom and Big Boss thing, but...
Thank you, my friend. From here on out, you're Big Boss.
Yep. Keith Sutherland. And on the other side, Operation, what is it? Intrusion or whatever? Operation Intrude. I believe that is the name for the mission in Metal Gear. So we are feeding right into Metal Gear 1. It would be so awesome to get a remake of Metal Gear 1 and 2 in the Fox engine. And there's the devil horn for all the sins we've committed. And the way that the mirror is reflecting Big Boss and Venom in the different shards is so fucking cool. We lost ourselves to protect the world. It's the man that sold the world. Oh, there are a few games that I actively think need a remake, but this is absolutely one of them. as a surprise. Spoke into his eyes, thought you died alone a long, long time ago. No, not me. We never lost control. Or face to face with the man who sold the world. I am so looking forward to Metal Gear 1 and 2, the solid run, and whatever the hell comes after this. Laughed and shook his hand. I made my way back home. I searched for foreign land. For years and years I roamed. I gazed a gazely stare at the millions of these heroes who have died alone a long, long time ago. I don't know the lyrics to the song very well. Knows, not me. We never lost control. Your face to face with the man who sold the world. Yeah, I've got the games downloaded right now, Sedan, so if it wasn't, no, not me, we've never lost control. Your face to face with the man who sold the world. Yeah, I've got it downloaded right now, so if it didn't require making a new thumbnail and it wasn't, you know, 10-11, I might have suggested we get started, but this has been such a fun set of streams to do. Honestly, it took way less time than I was expecting it would, though it also does help that my streams vary in length, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 total streams isn't that bad, all things considered. And we'll figure out what I'll... So I need to figure out what we're gonna do for the thumbnail for the next Metal Gear game. Might try and, I mentioned this before, but do Metal Gear 1 and 2 in a single stream. We'll have to see how that goes, but from what I know, they're relatively short. Exactly, you have got it right on the money, Sedan. It is a Hideo game. This is such an awesome game, and I wish that it was finished. If the game was finished, this absolutely would be like a top 10 video game of all time for me. Wouldn't count on doing them in one stream. Good to know, Bite. I will not plan on that then. One each then? Would it be like a one each, or are we looking at multiples? I will try to avoid the rioting, Jared. I will definitely try to avoid the riots. Okay, unless I'm using a guide or something, which I am not doing. I'll be playing those games pretty damn blind. But I so wish that the game would get finished, but there is no way to reasonably do it. I want to know what's going on with Eli and all that. I want to know... There is just so much I want to know that we're just never really gonna get because of how things deteriorated between, you know, Kojima and Metal Gear, not Metal Gear, whatchamacallit. Yeah, we'll figure out what all is going about. There's just so much that could be touched upon. I believe Eli was about 10? I'm gonna Google that real quick. Eli MGSV. Okay, he is 12. Yeah, he was born. Yeah, he was born in 1972. Yeah, so 12, and then yeah, so he would have been about 23 at the time of Solid. Overall, not a bad age to be at when you're controlling PMC and other things. Okay, Solid takes place in 05. So that puts him at 33. Huh. So, you know, that's 21 years between two games. Oh.
If the boss has some
skip ahead real fast.
What is it?
It should be the same.
The real big boss is working separately from
Yep.
us to create his new nation.
New nation?
A
new
military
nation
above and apart from all. The true Outer Heaven. Something created to
Outer
maintain
Heaven.
world balance, independent of the struggles for supremacy, personal
Solid
profit,
Snake
the cycles
and
of revenge between
MGS1.
countries. It'll be an army.
Okay, he's 33 as well, because they're twins.
Big boss is building a nation. But
Yep.
until it's complete, we support the
The
other
whole
big boss.
Zanzibar land incident, I
Phantom
believe.
carries on his legend, his meme. That
It is so wild to hear the word meme used in its original context.
9 years ago, I thought everything had been taken from me. But now I really have lost it all.
That's the way it crumbles sometimes.
And the future we were building together.
Yep.
one day, the age of big
Oh,
bosses
Metal
will
Gear 1.
arrive.
Okay.
They'll likely want to settle the score with
Yeah,
us.
no, in that case it would be about
We
there.
have to shape that
I
future.
missed the
We'll
MG,
each have
the
roles
MG,
to play.
not MGS.
Building the foundation for a revolution led by both big bosses, the true one and the Phantom.
No.
No?
Big Boss can go to hell. I'll make the Phantom
Yep.
and his son stronger to send him there.
And this is where the
I'll keep playing
rift
my role.
forms.
You know, sooner or later there will be only one boss.
And they'll
There's
leech
only
back
room for
their
one
own.
boss. His sons are fated to face each other someday too. If the day ever comes that you go back to Cypher, I'll aid the other son.
Yep.
And then you and I will be enemies too.
I think he knows
One
that.
of us will have to kill the other.
And it happens.
Fine by me. I'll be ready for the new age. Until then, we'd better get used to coexisting.
I wonder where this conversation takes place in the timeline of the game. Obviously, I think it's pretty early on, because they're dealing with that. But wonder specifically when that conversation takes place. Obtained key item, Star of Bethlehem. Truth records. Codename Big Boss. Yep, Zanzibar land. Ustilotaya and Ostilotoya and Kiavaka. I butchered that. Outer Heaven. Hey, legendary soldiers. We got Spunky Platypus, Glacial Mongoose, Creeping Buzzard, Blue Salamander, Howling Platypus, Razor Hedgehog. Was hoping we would get the final one. Was hoping the final member we ever got would be our glorious sea cucumber. Well, I need to go get something real quick. Welcome in. How are you doing? Susie Q, I hope that you are having a damn good night, or in your case, morning, I believe. The sea cucumber, fucking pronunciation. Yeah, the sea cucumber lives on inside us all. Well, you know what time it is. We have reached the end of yet another game. Thank you, each and every one of you, for sticking around with me, watching this go. Thank you to all the new people who have joined us, those who have been around in the beginning. I said it before at the end of last stream, and I'll say it again. Each and every one of you, you're all diamonds. Diamond dogs in my heart. There is a cucumber living inside of you, Bite. I'm not going to question where it is. But, salud, daboja, skull, cheers, whatever the fuck you want to say. Here's to you, and here's to the next one. Ugh. Good shit. Next time I end a game, I really need to remember to refrigerate the vodka. It's not bad, but it really needs to be refrigerated. Yeah, I'm gonna swing by Pudge 007, see what all they're doing. They appear to be fighting through the Peace Walker fight right now. Yeah, I put it in the freezer and that works well. I just keep forgetting about it. Get that shit out of here, Free. I will not have any Bears fans in my chat. Be gone. Flee. Go. This is a Packers household, god damn it. In fact, just because of that, I almost had to bring it out once. We didn't have to in the end, but here we are. It's the hat, it's the jacket, got the whole thing. But yeah, thank you all for sticking around. I'm gonna ditch this. If you can't tell, I might have a bit of a sports affiliation. Thank you. Thank you, Free. I do try. But yeah, that's my family's home team as well, Jared, but we are gonna go swing by Pudge 007. I'm gonna throw his link in the chat. We can't do a proper raids here, but you want to see how he's doing. He apparently comes recommended by Jimmy, so we'll see how that goes. But you all have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for sticking around. See you guys in the next one with the original Metal Gear 1 for the MSX. You know, so going all the way back to the beginning of the series. I need to center the camera. You all know the drill. Stuff down below, do with it as you see fit. Like the video, you know, subscribe, all of that assorted bullshit. And see ya in the next one. Later, folks.